We're just waiting for the introductions of the two players, Judd Trump and Ricky Walden. That's the final here on the 2016 China Open Snooker. After a very busy week, we had a lot of matches in the early part of the week, but two big hitters still here. Here's another big hitter, Jan Verhaas, the referee, taking charge of this two-session final. Remember, it's 9 frames in this session, possible 10 to come later on today. Judd Trump appearing in his 10th world ranking final, Ricky Walden in his 6th. Here's Ricky Walden. He's got a great record in China. He's won all 3 of his world ranking titles here in this part of the world. Judd Trump has won 4 world ranking titles. The first of them was this China Open in 2011. But he hasn't won one since the 2014 Australian Open. Well, it could be a terrific match this. They've both played really well. Let's hope it lives up to the billing. Judd Trump and Ricky Walden posing by the distinctive China Open trophy that they're playing for today, plus, of course, the first prize of £85,000. Walden in his second final in a week. Lost 10-6 to Mark Allen a week ago in Manchester at the Players' Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first frame, Judd Trump today.
And Judd Trump, who whitewashed Stephen Maguire 6-0 yesterday, is going to start for us. Settle back and enjoy it. 9 frames in this session, a possible 10 to come later on. Joe Johnson, the 1986 world champion. I know he's looking forward to it.
Oh, absolutely. Judd Trump only lost 5 frames to get to the final so far. As David said, 6-0 against Stephen Maguire. He played superbly yesterday. But so did Ricky Walden. 2 finals in a week. That takes some doing. From a man that hadn't been past the last 16 in any event. Just shows you what confidence can do.
Yes, 2 finals in a week in different parts of the world. It's not like they've been playing next door to each other. Came here, had a right to be a little tired, but not a bit of it. Just carried on where he left off in the UK.
Put your phones away, please.
He was looking for confidence, and my word, he's found it. Not much to separate them in the head-to-head. Not much to say about it, really. It's 2-1 to Trump.
Well, an early half chance for Judd Trump. Very clever player, Judd Trump. Where he's played the cue ball to there, didn't leave anything on in case he missed it. Could have won the frame had it gone in. Good safety from Ricky Walden.
Foul. And a miss. Ricky Walden, 4. No, it was about, it might be touch further, but not that much. Ricky?
Yes, he was under pressure a little to hit it that time round. And he's been a little fortunate there, Judd Trump. Caught them a little thick, got the cannon. Hasn't left anything easy. And once again, poor safety from Judd Trump, and he's fortunate again.
Thank you.
Can't see enough of the red to pot it to the right corner. But he could see enough to pot it to the left corner, and that's a terrific pot. What a shot that was. And that's what he was doing yesterday. He was knocking a long one in and then winning the frame. Black will go to that left corner pocket.
3. 4.
Nice stun run through. So easy just to get too much into the white ball.
11.
He plays that shot so well.
Yes, he's often put on that line
19.
of entertainers that includes Alex Higgins, Jimmy White, Ronnie O'Sullivan. But if anything, the way he approaches the game is more like Stephen Hendry when he first came on the scene,
20.
just trying to get reds open as quickly as he can, knocking in long balls, making big breaks.
Yes, and he knocked in a terrific long ball. Ricky Walden didn't do anything wrong, really. And that's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. He was on a red
25.
till that red came to block the pocket. I've got a feeling he'll take the plant on. But this is difficult.
Judd Trump. 20.
So, that unfortunate bust into the pack may have cost him the frame.
Walden finished off really well against John Higgins. He was 5-3 up. He was the better player, but Higgins, we know how tough he is. He made it 5 each, and I'm sure a lot of people with his experience would have fancied him to complete the job at that point. But Walden made a 1-3-1, knocked in a long red, made a 1-3-1 to win it. Terrific finish. He must have had a real spring in his step as he left the arena. So different to falling over the line with a scrap on the colours. So both players very confident, I think, coming into this final, which bodes well, of course, for all of us watching it.
14. Yeah. 15. 22. 23. 30. 31. 38. 39. 46. 47. 54. 55.
Not ideally on the black this time round. 34 points the lead. Doesn't really want to play for that red on the cushion. Just needs another red and a colour.
62. 63.
Made it look very easy. Just the black needed.
Well, this is what he was doing yesterday to John Higgins when the chance came, when the chance was offered up.
7.
He was taking it. Trump was unlucky going into the pack. He took on a very tough plan. And having missed it, he offered up this chance. Well, he's missed that, but he's done enough.
71 and the first frame. Ricky Walden.
A swift 71 from Ricky Walden to take the opening frame of the final. There's a long, long way to go. 10 frames needed to land the trophy and the £85,000 first prize here in Beijing today. Walden, though, has struck first blood. We're underway in frame 2 of the China Open final. Ricky Walden made a break of 71 to win the first.
Well, that's not a good safety. Chance for Judd Trump.
One.
It needs to slow down. I think he's okay. Couldn't have judged that any better. Got a feeling he played for the red near the pink spot.
6.
Well, a chance to maybe open a few more reds. Play it for the pink or blue.
40.
Yes, well, nothing really came out. He's the wrong side of the pink. Well, this is a good effort to try and disturb something. If he's on this red to the right corner, he deserves to be. Tried to make something happen.
20.
Great shot.
21.
Last major final was also here in China, Shanghai Masters. He was always chasing the game against Karen Wilson. Very nearly caught him. It was 10-9 in the end. But he's played well for most of the season. I've been saying for a couple of tournaments, people seem to be playing well to beat him. So even though he's been last 16 quarterfinals, semi-finals, he's not been playing badly.
29.
Well, the kick took the pace out of the cue ball. Otherwise, he could well have been the right side of the blue to go into the cluster. Needs to slow down a bit.
30.
Nothing there. Well, has he seen something? Surely you can't get through the gap there. He's very fortunate if he can.
Judd Trump. 34.
Whatever happens in the final, Judd Trump is going to be 5th in the world, Walden 9th. So the top 16 positions are now set for the Crucible. Qualifying draw will be made tomorrow. Well, caught that a bit thin.
Yes, and although that red is on to the left corner, difficult to get to a colour. Looks like he's taking it on though. No, just a safety.
It was, of course, this event where he really broke through 5 years ago. Beat Mark Selby to win the China Open and then went to Sheffield, the World Championship, beat Neil Robertson, defending champion on day one, got to the final, got very close to becoming world champion. Just lost out 18-15 to John Higgins.
He's covered the red, but may be able to come off the cushion, send the red down the table. Cue ball into baulk, and played it very well.
Well, two very attacking players full of confidence, and that means that safety is going to be really important in this match, keeping one another out, trying to force openings.
May have left a red to the baulk corner. Tried to get the cue ball tight on the cushion. Wasn't a good safety that from Ricky Walden, and as David said, safety play is going to be all important in this match. And that's worked out well. A little fortunate,
18.
but again he tried to make something happen. Could have played up for the loose red.
9.
Got a nice angle on the black or pink. Is there a plant there? Tried to catch that red, which would have left him on the red to the right
16.
corner, knowing full well he was going to be on this red if he missed it.
17.
Oh, he didn't play that one well. Oh, he's lucky. Had he caught the reds, it could have been end of frame. But a good lead, 51 points. Yes, he caught them too thick, and he knew it. But that red may have come across to save him. Well, he's been a little fortunate again there, Judd Trump. This red will go to the left corner, but it could have been so much easier. Good pot on the blue.
1.
Not straightforward though. Played for the red into the right centre.
6.
Not ideally on it. But might be able to play a slow cannon to those two reds. Well, just missed them, but nicely on the black. Again, he's got the angle to try and play the cannon to those two reds, but he has to get the red. Yeah, good shot. Developed them very nicely.
Twenty-two. 23.
Does the red pass the brown into the baulk corner? I think it does. Looking at trying to play the cannon to the red on the right side cushion.
39.
Well, that's not too bad.
36.
The double is on. And it's there.
37.
And it's going to be big trouble for Judd Trump. Just 14 points behind. He'd like to cut off the right side cushion if he could.
Ricky Walden. 37.
He'll be happy with that one. That could have gone anywhere. That's an excellent safety. Good snooker. Free ball if he misses it. Yeah, good shot. And again, he's got it safe. Well, red behind the black. White either behind the brown or behind the blue. And he's played it well again.
Foul.
Well, that's probably done him a favour, because he might have left that red on to the middle. Not sure if it passes the black to the corner.
He's had a couple of chances though, Trump, earlier in the frame to make it 1-1.
Ricky Walden's safety is excellent. Might just be able to swerve this one. A little bit too much. Well, this time he doesn't get away with it. He's brought the green into play. So it's going to be about the yellow to green, you would think.
One.
By playing for the green, he made it a little easier to get from yellow to green, but he's not ideal on the yellow.
4.
This is really risky because he's got to play it extra slow to hold for the green if he takes the yellow on. Took it on, and that was the problem.
Walden.
He was always going to leave it. So he needs down to the blue. And that's not the best positional shot he's ever played. He can pot the green, but very difficult to get to the brown. If he just drops the green in dead weight, he'd have a shot at the brown to the middle. But it wouldn't be easy. No attempt.
Judd trump. 2.
Well, I'm really surprised he didn't have a go at that. I thought at the very least he would have stunned it in, tried to come off the cushion for the brown, tried something fancy. Yes, good pace on the cue ball. Just hard enough. Well, this needs to bounce big, otherwise he's going to have left it So a chance for Ricky Walden. Doesn't need the black. It's a little strong,
3.
but he's got it to the middle.
Well, at one point, Trump was firmly in control of this frame. And he's been determined not to lose it, but it's in Walden's hands now. Brown, blue and pink needed.
7. $12.
Yeah, it's nicely done. That still needed potting. And Ricky Walden, who was always chasing the game, has won what could be an early significant frame. Because, as I say, Trump, you could see, was determined not to lose it. He wasn't taking on pots towards the end. He was trying to play safe, but wasn't safe enough. Walden leads 2-0. Well, it's still early days, of course, but that was a good frame for Walden to win. He leads 2-0. There's 9 frames in this first session. It's 10 required to become China Open champion.
Yes, caught it much too thick. Hence the kiss.
One.
He's a little short of pace.
5.
A little hard up. Choice of 2 reds. It was a tough red, but at least he hasn't left anything.
No, and what he's also doing is he's showing Trump that he's going for his shots. So Trump's got to be so careful. Ricky Walden has come into the final full of confidence and winning the first 2 frames, particularly that last one, he's even more confident. So Trump, unusually for him, is a little bit on the back foot here.
Yes, and I'm sure Ricky Walden would have been pleased to see him turn the green down in the last frame. Judd Trump. That tells your opponent something. black in an awkward position for Ricky Walden's return to baulk. So may come off the cushion, land up into the reds. Yes, it was just a little wide, and he's left a chance at this red. Good pot. Couple of reds that will go. He's played that one well. That was tougher than it looked.
6.
Yes, even though it was a setback losing the second frame, it's a long match this. It's not like it's best of 7. There's plenty of time for Judd Trump to get into his stride.
Now maybe a chance to bring more reds into play.
13.
Again, a little unfortunate that he hasn't developed the reds any better. There is one at the back of the pack there that will go, one directly above the black spot. Hasn't come far enough.
Just seeing if the pink will go on its spot, and it will.
Well, that means that there is no red.
19.
Unless this red still goes to the middle, but it's a very risky red to take on. There's no guarantee of position. A
20.
good pot, but not on anything easy. Needs a good angle, and he got it. Well,
25.
had he missed it, he would have been on that red behind the pack. Again, not hard enough for the black. The yellow could be in the way. Well, this has been a tough break, but it's come to an end now.
Just shows you if you're not in prime position, it's harder and harder to keep going. The break that's often reshown that Alex Higgins made in the 1982 World Championship against Jimmy White. I'm not sure who's ever in position, but my word, he pulled off some pots to stay in the championship as well.
Yeah, and that's why it's often referred to as the best break of all time. It's on YouTube. Well, this red behind the black, I think he can just about see enough of it. And I think he's got to take it on, because if he doesn't, he leaves it. But it's such a tough pot. If he can get the cue ball over the left side of the table by the yellow, Well, it had to be touching the green to stop him potting this red. Well, he could play the cue ball up towards the green, or he could try and drop in behind the black. Again, good pace that from Ricky Walden. There's a little bit of risk here, pushing a red over that left corner pocket. And that's what's happened. Now, can he see it?
So he's got himself in now. He needs to get going, doesn't he, in the final? Get his hand on the table, knock a few in, get himself settled down. Getting plenty of support here. Of course, when he broke through, he was a bit of an underdog, and people in China, like people all over the world, like to see someone new doing well. But Judd Trump, I'm sure, will feel he should be winning these titles now. He's got 4 ranking titles to his name, but been close in a couple of finals and just missed out.
I'd be very surprised if he didn't win the frame at this visit.
15.
Although he is under a little bit of early pressure.
16.
Could have played that one better. Yes, he didn't play that last red very well at all. The black tied up for Ricky Walden at the moment. But he could try and bring it into play here. If he plays the cannon to the red next to the black, he'd be on the pink.
1.
Just didn't nudge it enough. Well, this would be a big frame for Ricky Walden to win, because Trump had it in his hands there.
Eight.
A little too far to play the cannon to the black. I think that's what he had in mind. Another inch harder, and he would have had a nice angle on the red to play the cannon to the red.
50.
So if he can, he's got to try and finish low on the red so he can play the cannon. Hasn't worked out.
21.
It's getting harder. Played to leave himself the easy snooker. I just wonder if he can bring that other red off the cushion and get the snooker.
Ricky Walden, 28.
Well, that's what he's done. And this is trouble for Judd Trump. Got to try and play that red nearest the middle pocket. He might pot it. He has done. Well, amazing. Well, how important is that going to be? 20 points the difference. Red colour, yellow.
7.
If he pots the pink, Ricky Walden can only tie. The yellow favours the right-handed player. Well, surely he's not thinking of taking a blue. A little harder.
13.
It would have been a simple yellow. If he takes this one on, it's tough.
Another one.
It's yellow to lead by 29 with 25 on. So Ricky Walden can still tie.
Judd Trump, 13.
Yes, he played it at pace, so it came away from the pocket. But that gave him less chance of potting the yellow.
It would be a big blow for Trump to lose this frame as well, particularly at potting the red out the snooker. I think it's sorry, Joe.
No, I'm just going to say it was close. It's close to the snooker.
I think his problem has been controlling the cue ball, hasn't it? When he's got in, he hasn't been holding prime position, and that's why he's been missing the odd one.
Now it's another good safety from Ricky Walden. I think he's got the snooker as well. needs to slow down. Well, it is potable, but very difficult pot. Caught it much too thick, and surely he's going to get his first frame on the board.
He'll be relieved. He's had to work hard to win a frame. I think the only concern for Judd Trump fans at the moment is he had a very good chance in this frame to make a big break, and he didn't do it. As I say, it's just keeping hold of the white. But the main thing is he's won the frame.
5.
Plenty of time yet to get going in this opening session. One frame to come before the first interval.
Judd Trump, 5.
I think he thought Walden was going to concede there, but he's come back to the table. He needs 3 snookers. Well, he might concede now. He has done.
Judd Trump.
So Judd Trump delighted to win his first frame of this China Open final. Ricky Walden leading by 2 frames to 1. Both players have left the arena. We'll take our own little break, and we'll be back with frame 4, the last before the mid-session interval. Remember, the target to become China Open champion today is 10 frames. We'll see.
Yes, please.
Well, an interesting start here. It's 2-1 to Walden. That last frame was close. Trump eventually won it on the yellow. Just waiting for Judd to come back for frame 4, the last before the mid-session. Then there'll be another 5 frames, possible 10 in the second session. And then it's World Championship mode for everybody, isn't it? The top 16 will be busy practicing. Everyone else will be heading to Ponds Forge for a week of qualifying. Ends week on Wednesday. The draw follows the following Thursday. And then we'll know who plays who at the Crucible to start April 16th, Saturday. But that can wait, because right now this is a fascinating final between 2 very attractive players to watch when they're in full flow. Trump is yet to get into full flow, but he has got a frame on the board. And sometimes those frames are just as important, the ones where you've struggled a bit and could have lost them. The fact is he's won it. If you are just joining us, the highest break so far, 71 from Walden in the first frame, as Trump returns.
Thank you. The 4th frame, Ricky Walden.
Yes, the red was coming across the table. Is he going to get fortunate? He is. It just crept in behind the brown. Well, this is big trouble for Judd Trump. Can't land up into the pack of reds. If he comes round the table, tries to land up to the red, he leaves the other red in the right corner pocket. Big trouble the two reds just to the right of the pink would be a possible escape route if he could land up to those two, but getting to those two is not easy. He's only lost 5 games so far. A little bit of hit and hope, and it hasn't worked out. Black won't go to that right corner pocket, but it will go to the left.
One.
I'd have liked to have been a little closer to the pink, although you still expect him to pot it.
Seven.
There used to be an implement called the hook rest, which they don't use anymore. They only used it briefly. It would have been ideal there.
Very nearly missed that one, hence he's not on the black as he wanted. And to keep the break going, he's going to have to go into the pack of reds, and it could have been easier. Well played. That wasn't easy.
15.
Now he needs to be able to miss those reds on the cushion to gain position on the black.
Put your phone away, please.
Yes, Jan wasn't. The referee wasn't waving to a relative there. He was trying to convey that the person on their phone should turn it off. Good luck with that.
Well, the way that Ricky Walden is playing, you expect him to score very heavy here.
24.
He's had a tough draw. The first match he had a walkover because Robin Hall withdrew, but then Ryan Day beat him 5-3. Just came through that decider against Tian Peng Fei. Beat the world champion Stuart Bingham. And of course yesterday John Higgins. So a tough route. Well, another phone's been spotted.
31.
Talking about Alex Higgins earlier, there's great footage of him from the 80s with one of the first mobile phones. It was nearly as big as he was. What didn't look very mobile.
Yes, all these reds covering one another. There's just one that will go to that left corner, and all the rest. He needs to play a little cannon here.
$39.
He is on a couple of reds. Could have been easier though.
$40. $47. $48. Thank you. 54. $55. $62.
Still needs a couple of reds.
$60.
Well, a little cannon to pink here. Should leave him on a red to the middle and the left corner.
$7.
Well, if he's on it, which I think he is, it's all he needs. Well, he's on it. And what he can also do is beat Stuart Bingham's high break, which is 1-4-3. Going to need blacks after this pink with all the reds.
Yeah, I wonder if he's aware of that.
I bet Stuart is, because he beat him. Ricky beat him in the quarters.
That would really be rubbing it in, wouldn't it?
£2,000 the prize.
$85.
It doesn't look as though he's got the angle to get to the black. Oh, he has. He has.
86.
Oh, he got a kick there. That took the pace out of the cue ball.
90. $94.
Well, you can still tie it, which would be half the money, of course. That might be Stuart ringing in now, asking him not to. There's the century. Well, he had Trump in trouble.
100.
That was half the battle. The rest of it, of course, was to make the winning break, which he's done. And he has been the better player, no question about it, these first 4 frames. He looks more relaxed of the two, I think.
I think the more positive as well of the two.
108.
Ooh.
Ricky Walden.
Bingham's money is safe, but nevertheless it's a good 108 from Ricky Walden to take a 2-frame lead into the first interval of this China Open final. When the chance came, he took it nicely with that century. So Ricky Walden leads Judd Trump at the interval 3-1. Judd Trump to break in frame 5. The players back from the mid-session interval. Ricky Walden went there with a 3-1 lead after a break of 108. He was ahead early on last weekend, though, against Mark Allen. Of course, this is a 2-session match. A lot of snooker left in it. Possible 15 frames, in fact, left in it, with 10 needed to become champion.
He's misjudged this one
Foul.
by a long way.
Judd Trump 6. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Well, he looks a little high again there, but he's okay.
This China Open has been in this position in the calendar since 2005, and in all that time nobody's gone on to win it and then win the World Championship. But it's got to be said, it's very rare that these days players win back-to-back ranking events anyway. I don't think there's any great science to it with this regards to this event.
Although I think Judd Trump got to the final, didn't he?
He came very close, yeah.
It's a good confidence booster, without a doubt. I mean, look at Ricky Walden in the last tournament. Hadn't done well all season, got to the final, and straight away he's in another final. Great confidence booster, getting far in tournaments, especially if you win them. Good safety again from Ricky Walden. Well, that had to be really thin, especially with all that left-hand side on the cue ball. And it will be going back.
Yeah. Okay.
Just had to get the paint on the red. Well, has left a chance at this red to the left corner. Could drop it in dead weight for the black. He'd only leave the red he was playing on. And that's exactly what he's done. Well, I wasn't sure if that was going to drop. It hit the cushion at least an inch before the pocket.
There was a gasp from someone in the audience. I don't think they thought it was in.
Now, can he get to the red next to the black? Oh, he hasn't played that well. Big risk here. It's there. That's a terrific shot. And he's on a red to the right corner.
16.
And he's also on this one to the middle. Well, straight away, this is a great chance for Judd Trump. Well, down to, well, a really good shot on the black. Most people wouldn't have gone for that.
Hasn't made any breaks to speak of yet. It'd be a good time for that to change. In general, during the season, he scored heavily, 38 centuries. That's joint top with Mark Selby. Still seems incredible, though, doesn't it, that Neil Robertson made that 103 a couple of seasons back. 103 centuries in one season.
Incredible, isn't it? Nobody else got near that.
31.
He'd like a century here. He's under-hit it slightly, but he can go up for the blue and pink.
Yeah, last season Trump made 82, which was very impressive. It's just the fact that, of course, Robertson had gone over 100 the previous year. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Yeah, he took the risk, and it worked out well.
45.
Well, he's been very positive, which is a good sign, because that's when he usually plays his best snooker.
46. $53. $54.
The red on the the red on the cushion behind the black, just creating a little bit of a problem.
$61. $62.
Well, don't know what he had in the tea break. Needs to have a little bit more of it.
think sometimes it's just good to get out the arena, isn't it, for 15 minutes? If you're behind, usually if you're in front, you want to stay out there.
67.
Yeah, that wasn't a good shot he played there, though. He's left that short, and Ricky Walden can still win.
68.
But that was a good one. That wasn't easy.
Yes, players, they spend the interval in different ways. It does sometimes depend on what the match position is. Sometimes they go straight to the practice table, hit a few balls. Sometimes they just sit quietly reading a paper, having a cup of tea. Players like Mark Williams, even at the Crucible, would come down the press room, take the mickey out of people, go straight back out and play. Even in finals, I've seen him do that. So it depends on A, the position of the match, and B, what sort of character you are, I guess. How you want to spend that time.
81. 82.
But as I say, intervals, if they're going to help anyone, it's usually the person trailing. And that is apparent here with Judd Trump.
87.
Seemed to come off a bit sharpish off that bulk cushion.
88.
But still every chance to make his first century of the final.
Not quite hard enough.
90.
Found a nice path to the reds.
Oh,
90.
good attempt at the double. So the break ends at 90. It's what Judd Trump needed, really. Get his hand on the table, make his first significant break. So he trails here 3-2. So it's 3-2 to Ricky Walden after Trump's 90 break in frame 5.
Ricky Walden.
4 more frames to be played in this opening session. Did not want to bring that red up the table, quite obviously.
Yes, and he's left it.
One.
And deliberately left it short so he can pop the red and open the reds up, try and stay on the black.
No.
Got to avoid the green.
Second, please.
And played it nicely.
He looks good, doesn't he? Not just how he's playing, but just in himself now, Judd Trump, after losing a couple of close ones in the first part of the match. Jan Verhaas has just got to make sure this is in a line.
15.
Apparently it's his, I was told it's his 31st world ranking final. I mean, he's become a veteran, Jan Verhaas.
Just 5 behind Stephen Hendry.
Yes.
Well, he didn't play that one well. If he played for the red to the middle, he's either a little bit too hard or not hard enough. 2 reds go to the middle. And that's a good recovery shot, though. Just lost the cue ball a little there. But still might go into the reds. Yes, and it's worked out nicely. It could have been better, but he is on a red.
29. 30.
Just the wrong side of the blue, but there was nothing he could do about that. He was hampered over the red. This isn't hard enough. It's going to need the rest. Oh, wait a minute. It's come round nicely. It's still going to need the rest, but it came further than what I thought it was going to do.
36.
There was just a couple of reds out when he came to the table. Oh, he didn't want the kiss. He wanted to slide past that red, and that was a careless positional shot.
43.
Yeah, can he pot this red? May have to swerve round the reds to get it. If it's only slight. Well, he was going so well there, but that careless positional shot has left him out of position.
Judd Trump. 43.
And that's not the best safety shot he's ever played. Two careless shots. The problem with taking the red on is that the cue ball's going into the red, or looks to be going into the red on the cushion. Good pot, good kiss,
1. Okay.
and that's that careless position, that careless safety shot that Judd Trump played. After making a mess with the position, should have concentrated on making a good safety.
Six. 7.
When he takes this red,
13.
releases the other one, just to the right of it.
Fourteen.
Well, he's the wrong side of the blue. Another very good recovery shot.
20.
Could do with a good kiss. And that's not bad at all. Good play to bring that red off the side cushion. Don't think he's got the angle to come round the two cushions and split the reds. Yeah, I didn't catch it full enough.
22. Walden, 22.
And that's more like it with the safety. Gave it some thought. Got the cue ball close to the cushion. And that's a good return.
Gives you an idea of what he's looking at from the bulk end.
Yes, and to avoid the pocket on the safety here, he's going to push the red towards that right corner. And he's left a chance. He had no alternative really, except maybe to leave the cue ball on the black cushion.
One.
Oh, held it too well. So 22 points the difference. If you can't get to the reds, push a colour safe. A colour safe better than the 5 points.
Bring. Judd trump, 1.
Yeah, well, I'd have probably gone on the other cushion. The yellow in a good spot to bring the green out at some stage.
Foul. A miss. Judd trump, 4.
Can't see a red full ball. It's a little pacey, but it's okay. Well, he's got a good cue ball, but he'd have liked that red a little nearer to the cushion. So another chance for Judd Trump, although the two reds need some attention.
One.
Nice angle on the brown to be able to go into them. Would need a little bit of luck. Unless the red goes. Looks like the red goes. Did he get enough right hand side on the cue ball to be able to pot it? Well, he's looking at playing the red off the red, but that's so dangerous. I think a better shot would be to come off the cushion, land up to the red on the cushion.
Judd Trump, 5.
Another excellent safety, and so difficult to play off this red close to the cushion. Tendency is to catch it a little bit too thick. Or a little bit too... oh, missed the ball. Is he looking at the double kiss? He is, he's looking at the double kiss. So half chance for Judd Trump. So good at those type of shots, the players of today. Now chance to put another colour safe. The yellow just past the middle pocket would do nicely. Well, I'd have preferred a colour safe. Where's that cue ball gonna finish?
Well, not good for Ricky Walden. If he can just, well, he might have to go cushion first here, unless he can swerve round.
I think he can pot it, you know, David. You should have got the pencil out.
Well, my eyesight isn't good at the best of times. Well, he's potted it.
It was tight. 33 points the difference. If he pots the yellow, Ricky can only tie.
Yes, he's had to work up. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed it. I can't believe that.
Neither can I.
I was about to say he's had to work hard for this frame. Well, the frame's not over yet.
And there's only one colour safe, and the yellow is in a terrific spot to bring the green into play if he gets the chance, Ricky Walden. This would hurt if he should lose this frame. Good reply. He's got the snooker, I think.
The thing with the yellow he missed, it's not like he was playing position on the red. He was just literally playing to drop it in, which was the correct thing to do, but just missed it.
Yes, and if he has got a chink in his armour, Judd Trump, I think that's the chink, is that he misses the simplest of balls sometimes, just through carelessness. Missed out on position earlier on in the break, and it was a simple positional shot, just caught the red, and he was out of position. Same thing with that yellow. Well, it's a difficult pot, but it's worth going for. The cue ball will be going close to that corner pocket. Had he potted it, it might just have gone in. And what a massive frame this is. 3 each, or 4-2. Well, he's risked that same shot again, but this time I think he's got the snooker. He's delighted with that. That could have gone anywhere, that red. Little smile from Ricky because he didn't play to hit the red like that. This isn't good. This isn't good. That's a gift.
Just needs the red. He's taken some winning, this frame. But sometimes you do just have to tough it out. He's been a bit inconsistent so far, Trump, but the fact is he's only one frame behind, and there's plenty of time to start playing real good stuff. He did in the previous frame. Well, in fact, not a frame behind his level. Even better. think Walden has played well, but bottom line is it's going to be 3-all.
Five on the frame. Judd Trump.
Yeah, as I say, had to tough it out, but he gets the result, he gets the frame. And this final is now all square. Judd Trump was 3-1 down at the interval, put together a good 90. That frame was a little scrappier, but it's gone to him as well. All square then, 3 frames all. 3. Ricky Walden was 3-1 up. He was 3-1 up to Mark Allen, wasn't he, last week? And Allen won something like 6 frames on the spin. It can happen, though, in these long matches. You can get into a rhythm and you can get out of a rhythm as well. But at the moment, we just wait for Trump to return with 3 more frames to be played. So Judd Trump could still have a lead coming back tonight. Someone's going to be in front. The question is who and by what score. All signs are at the moment this is going to be closely fought. But I think it is encouraging for Trump that even though he's been a bit inconsistent, a bit in and out in the match, he's got it level. And sometimes winning those scrappy frames can be every bit as important as making a big break. Although, I have to say, had he lost that frame, I think he would have been very disappointed because he'd had good chances earlier on to kill it off with a big break. Here he comes.
Thank you. Frame 7. Judd Trump.
3-3 then, with 3 frames to be played in this session.
Try and get him behind the green. That would be a good safety shot to play. Now a good pace on the cue ball, but this red is on to the middle. Got to be careful not to leave that red above the black. Well, he just might be tempted at this red. Well, that red in the middle of the table has put a bit of pressure on this safety shot from Ricky Walden. He might just play that red. Drop the cue ball on the black cushion. Somewhere there. Nothing wrong with the speed of the table for Judd Trump. Again, pressure on this safety shot with that red out in the open. Well, can he pot it? Doesn't want the full ball kiss. Oh, that's very nice. the earlier frames, the white ball crept in behind the brown. Could have left a red right over the corner pocket, and Trump lost the frame from that one. Little shorter pace, but the right direction.
Ricky Walden 4. You could actually hit that cushion. Yeah, Ricky.
Right direction, just short of pace.
Miss.
He won't be too bothered about the 4 points. He doesn't want to hit it too hard and leave a red on.
Okay, Ricky.
Well, that's hard enough. The wrong red, but it's okay. Good chance to get in behind the green here. Can't afford to play tight in behind the green. If he missed it, he'd leave that long red on. So behind the green, dead on the cushion. Perfectly played. Well, he could play the same shot, roll up into the reds. Shouldn't leave anything on. And Ricky's got the same shot. Dead on the cushion behind the green. And again, he's played it well. He's cut off the right side of the reds. Or can he just get to that red on the cushion? Well, he's got a similar type of shot. He could play off that right side cushion again, drop into the reds. Wouldn't leave anything on if he dropped into the middle of them. Big target.
Ricky Walden 4.
Well, that could have been a lot worse had it wobbled. Well, the red to the other corner looks a safer one to play. But this is the easier red, but there's more danger with this one if he misses it. Well, It could have gone anywhere, the red, but he had left a red on anyway. This is a lot easier.
One. Seven.
Not only that he's been playing snooker since he was very young, but he's winning tournaments at a
Eight.
very young age. He won the English national under-15 title when he was just 10. And all the junior events, particularly, of course, at Willie Thorne's in Leicester.
15.
Well, immediately getting the reds open. But you've got to pot them once you open them.
Judge Trump. 15.
Now, has he been fortunate? Does this red pass the red into the right corner? Looks like it does. Tried to cover the red just in case he missed it. Had a look to see if he was leaving anything to the middle. And I don't think he has. Well, can he swerve it? If he just lands up to the red, he leaves reds to the middle pocket. I mean, he could just roll up to the reds in that cluster. I don't think he could come off the cushion and try and pot it. Well, this is risky. I thought he was going to play up the table. But that's as good as anything. Give Ricky Walden the problem. And this is a little bit more of a problem. It could land up to that ready straight on. Not that one. The one towards the pink spot. Well, if he plays the plant, it has to go in, otherwise it could cost him the frame. It's there. What a good shot that was from Ricky Walden. But he's not out of it yet. This is a tough black, and the red's over the hole. Yes. Wasn't sure, but every chance of winning the frame now.
8.
And I think you've got to say he deserves it from taking that plant on and then the black. And I'm saying wins the frame. You can't see the red. Well, that's so unfortunate. Potted a great black, and now he's faced with this tough red to the middle. Doesn't want the kiss. Oh, that's unfortunate. Now what? This pink looks easy on television, but this is again another tough one. Well played. Well, surely he deserves the frame.
15.
Well, he's had to negotiate a few hurdles there, hasn't he? But
16.
the truth is, he only deserves the frame if he wins the frame.
Yep.
Got to keep going. Sometimes when it looks easy, that's when the players miss, because they just sort of lower their concentration levels. We've seen that in this match already.
Little cannon to pink here. Leaves him in perfect position.
You need such mental focus to play this game, you really do.
23.
It's not a physical sport, but it takes so much out of you emotionally. Quite often, because things can happen that aren't your fault. Yesterday, Walden was in to win a frame, got a vicious bounce off the side cushion.
24.
Was left with a difficult brown which he missed, and he lost the frame. He recovered well from that, but things like that can really do you in if you're not strong.
He's under-hit it.
31.
And he's left himself in trouble again. Too high this time, much too high.
Walden. 31.
So as David said, he's still got to do the business once you've negotiated those tough pots.
1.
So chance for Judd Trump.
These first sessions are often about sort of jostling for position, but if Trump can get himself into the lead coming back for tonight when he hasn't necessarily played at the top of his game, then that's a result for him.
Could have played that one better though. Wanted to be closer to the black and more angle. These are tough shots along the cushion.
16. 17.
Yeah, good shot. Now, I don't know if he's got the angle to play the cannon to the pink. It's very difficult to see this angle.
24. 25.
Similar type of shot. Cannon to pink. Or red. Now he could decide to bring those two reds into play. He's going to need them at some stage.
33.
It's worked out very nicely. These 3 reds would be enough. Well, no, they wouldn't. 11 points in front.
39.
So he's going to need all 4 reds.
40.
Just overrun with the position. Oh, he's overcut it.
Judd Trump.
Well, that is surprising. Maybe he was playing more position than pot.
In general, though, I think it's got a bit edgy, this match, as it's got closer. And this is a close frame, just 12 points in it.
1. Four.
Wow, that got very close, but he's got a nice angle on the pink to try and bring that red into play. Well, he's thinking of playing the brown,
Brown.
bringing the brown into play and getting the snooker.
Ricky Walden 5.
Not sure if he's got the snooker. Yes, he has.
Another tense frame then. We've had a couple already, just 7 points in it. Snookered here on the last red.
Yes, and the brown just in the way of coming off his top cushion. Having to play it with a lot of side on the cue ball. Needed a little bit more swerve.
And a miss. Yeah, Ricky. Ricky Walden 4.
What a good escape. Swerving round the brown with all that left-hand side to check the cue ball. And had to get the speed right as well, otherwise he would have left it on to the middle. Nothing safe, so you would think it's red ball game. Not hard enough this time. Nicely played. Well, the red is on, but what a tough pot where the white is. Feel sure he'll take it on though.
It feels like we're in the last session. It feels like we're a couple of frames from the end, doesn't it? It's very tense.
This looks good. His side on the white ball. Just tuck it out of the snooker. Well, the blue has blocked the pocket for the red to go in there, if it indeed it did go. Good play to cut the red onto the yellow. Try and get this cue ball behind one of these colours, and it looks like, well, has he found the gap? Well, the red does go, but it's a really thin cut. Ah, what a shot. What a shot.
One.
But he's just going to get a snooker for it. Maybe try and cut off the right side cushion.
Judd trump 1.
Well, he's left him a path, the right side cushion, but that could be a good thing for Judd Trump. He might leave the yellow on.
Yep.
I think this is the most dangerous way to play this shot. Sending the yellow towards the pocket if he hits it. And if he plays it at speed, it could go anywhere. Free ball.
Foul. Miss.
Is it a
Judd
free
trump
ball?
4.
Hasn't called it.
No, it wasn't a free ball. How's that, Ricky?
They heard Jan telling Ricky Walden that it wasn't a free ball. Didn't get close first time.
Thank you.
Well, he'll be happy with that. He'll be delighted, in fact.
This is a right old scrap, isn't it? This frame. Judd Trump 8 points in front. Snookered now himself.
And that's just what he didn't want. He can only hope that this is straight. Didn't get enough side on the cue ball. And this is going to be very difficult to hold for the brown. Well, that's what he tried to do. He was nicely on the brown, but missed the green by some distance. Now, how are the nerves playing out here?
3.
Should be okay.
Judd Trump needs the blue to go in front for the first time. Well, a real struggle. But a good frame to win. And it's 3 in a row for Judd Trump. Barring snookers, of course.
Judd trump 12.
18 in it, so 1 required.
Doesn't want to knock the black in. Oh, keep that one out. He's looking at the score to see what would happen if he followed the pink in. He'd need 2 snookers.
Well, in the end, the frame goes to Judd Trump. It took some winning again. That was a tough old frame, a real scrap when it came down to the colours. I think I'm just asking how many more frames are going to play. It's supposed to be 2, but if we get another long one, they might only play 1. We'll see. But they're scheduled to play 2 more. And Judd Trump has gone in front for the first time. He's won 3 on the spin. He leads 4-3. Just listening to Jan Verhaas talking to the marker there, but while we were on the ad break, he seemed to be saying there's only going to be 1 more frame played. The next session starts just over 2 hours' time, so they're giving the players a bit of time to prepare. It's due to be 9 in the session. I suppose the question is, what happens if Trump wins this one in about 6 minutes? You know, why not play another one then? But there's presumably some sort of cut-off point. Well, yeah, they're going to. This is the last frame of the session. He's just told them both. So they're only going to play 8 in the session. Who'd have thought with these 2 they wouldn't get all 9 in? But there have been a couple of long ones.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The final frame of this session. Ricky Walden to break.
So this will be the last frame of the session. And Ricky Walden, who led 3-1 at the interval, he's looking to level up at 4-4 coming back tonight.
Well, Trump can play down towards the yellow pocket. Should be able to cover that red over the right corner again. So a little pacey, and he's left the red on. Black's available. So Judd Trump knows that he can't be behind in this match going to the interval, and every chance of being 5-3 up now.
Nine. $40. 50.
Well, Trump made a slow start to the final, and overall he hasn't played his brilliant best, but if he can get himself in front going back this evening, he'll be delighted.
23.
Only lost 5 frames to reach the final. And it's worth reiterating that last week Ricky Walden was 3-1 up at the first interval against Mark Allen, but then lost 6 frames in a row. Is history repeating itself?
31.
You just under hit that one slightly. It shouldn't be too much of a problem going up for the blue.
39.
As long as he gets the right side of it, which he has. The red just above the black. If he plays for that one, which he has done, that may release a red to that left corner. The 2 reds closest together by the pink. I think the lower red will now go into this corner pocket.
45.
And that in turn releases the other red. You might just decide to go into the reds. Oh, that's if it's straight, he's going to have to take the difficult pink. He's not safe yet. 59 points the lead. Could have split kinda, couldn't they?
59. It's touch and ball. That
Well, that helps. You can play the cue ball down the table, cover that red with the blue. But because the red's close to the pocket, it would be potable off the cushion.
Judd Trump. 59.
Pushing a red safe and covering the red. Well, he's in a great position, Judd Trump. Got a red safe. But this red is potable off the cushion, and I'd fancy him to pot it. Oof, nearly brought the red off as well.
1.
So Ricky Walden in with a chance. The reds are going to need some attention pretty quickly. Just coming round to have a look to see if the pink is potable, which would be very advantageous, but I don't think it is. So left an angle on the black to go into them. If he catches the pink half ball, he pushes the red towards the middle. Missed the pink. Now is this red on? It looks on with a touch of side on the cue ball. He got too much on.
40.
Almost.
Still work to do, but it would be a terrific frame to win. Not just because he was 59-0 down, but because he's lost the last 3 frames. And he was playing well pre-interval. He had a century in the 4th frame, 108.
He'd have liked to have been the other side of the red, just so he could flick that red next to the pink. Can't get it this shot.
22.
And can't get it the next shot. If he's straight on the blue, he's out of position. The red doesn't go anywhere. Just had enough angle, although I thought the green was a better ball there.
27.
Good shot.
28.
Now does he take this green on? Try and get to that red off 2 cushions. It's a tough pot.
Green ball. Ricky Walden. 28.
I don't think he's got the snooker. And this red, it's close to the double into the left corner pocket. Wow, how close was that? Now, has he covered it? Full ball.
Oh.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, this is now about 1 good pot. If he knocks this in, Walden needs a snooker.
Yes, there was pressure on that. He's pushed the black safe. In fact, the last time round when the cue ball went in off, the red cannoned into the other red. Had it missed that red, it would have been over the middle pocket.
Remember, this is going to be the last frame of the session. They're only playing 8 rather than 9. Walden would love to make it 4-4, having lost the last 3. He had trump on the back foot early on in this match, but the roles have been reversed.
Yeah, he didn't really want to play that shot and push a red safe, but he didn't have much option there. So if Trump could get the cue ball back where it is now, and the red next to the black, well, decided to go the other way. And nothing wrong with that. He needs it to go dead on the cushion. So another great chance for Judd Trump. Just needs the red.
One.
And it's looking like 5-3. And what a result that is for Judd Trump.
Yes, he's had to scrap. It hasn't all been fluent breaks. But he's showing another side of his game, the fact he can win the closer frames. He did make the 90 in the 5th frame.
3.
Still a close final, but obviously Trump delighted to have won 4 in a row to carry a 2-frame lead into the evening. 10 the target, remember, to be crowned China Open champion here in Beijing.
Good Trump 4 and the frame.
There's the handshake. So Judd Trump has won every frame from the interval. He was 3-1 down, he was struggling, but he leads 5-3. This opening session curtailed by a frame because it was quite lengthy, so they'll have a possible 11 to play later on today. And when they come back, it's Judd Trump with a 2-frame advantage, leading Ricky Walden in the final of the China Open, 5-3.
Away in just under 2 weeks' time. There is our referee for the final, Jan Verhaas. Something of a veteran these days. I believe it's his 31st ranking final. And there is the magnificent gold platter that they're playing for. There's Ricky Walden, who's got a bit of work to do in this second session, having led the first 3-1 against Judd Trump, but now trailing 5-3. Terrific post mid-interval session for Trump to reel off 4 straight frames after Walden had made a century to win 3 of the first 4, but all still to play for. 10 is the target to be crowned China Open champion and pick up that prize of £85,000. Shake of the hands then. We're underway. Mike Hallett alongside me, Philip Studd, for this final session. It's going to be intriguing, Mike.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's obviously Ricky that needs the quicker start. One frame short of the first session, of course. They decided to bring the lads off, give them a bit of time to prepare for the evening session. Good break off there from Judd. This guy's played well all week. I mean, what a couple of weeks he's had, really. But he'd like to get himself back into this one and pick up the cheque for 85,000 and the trophy.
Yes, it's worth remembering that he'd only got past the round of 32 once in a ranking event all season before he arrived in Manchester for the Players' Championship. Went all the way to the final. Runner-up in the end to Mark Allen. Doesn't want to beat the bridesmaid again today.
Certainly not. But I'm sure Judd will have something to say about that. How well did he play to come back into the after being 3-1 behind, as you mentioned in the first session? He's put himself in a strong position here, especially if he wins the first couple of frames.
Well, this first one is very big, isn't it? The difference between 6-3 and 5-4 is huge in a final. And of course, Ricky Walden was 3-1 up against Mark Allen in the Players' Championship final and then lost 6 frames on the spin, which ultimately was too big an ask to retrieve. He'll be very mindful that he needs a strong start to this final session.
Nice little nudge off the yellow there to finish on the back cushion with the cue ball. It's just a little bit awkward here for Judd. Well, this has to be thin. If he catches the pocket, he could leave things on. Oh, well played.
Ricky Walden is guaranteed 9th position going into the World Championship as a result of his run here to the final, and Judd Trump has leapfrogged Ronnie O'Sullivan into 5th place.
Wasn't that far away. Well, he's left that same red on to this corner pocket. It's not easy, especially to not only just to pot it, but to get onto a colour. That one there, you can play off the one on the left-hand side. I fancy him to take this on. But this is no gimme. Oh, hit it so well. He's been unlucky there. And he was attempting to get back for the pink or the blue, and now he's in trouble. I'm not quite sure which way you can go here. Thing is, he wants to try and hit something down the table, but how does he get there? He could possibly hit the pink off a couple of cushions, but he would leave the cue ball at this end. Might be green or brown. Possibly 4 cushions.
Green.
He's nominated the green. It's got to go between the pink and the blue, I think.
Oh,
Well, there you go.
and a miss.
Well, the miss has been called. It'll be interesting to see if Judd will take it and put it back, or there's 2 reds he could take on here.
Great cueing again from Trump.
I don't think there was any point putting that back, Phil, really, was there? Because Ricky could have played it better and perhaps hit the green. So the red was on, take it on.
Yeah, some positive signs, I think, for Trump that he wants to get on the front foot straight away. That wasn't an easy opening red with the rest.
He's played some stuff this week, Judd. He really has.
He's been threatening, hasn't he, for some time now to add to his list of 4 ranking titles. At times he's been unfortunate to come up against someone in inspired form, like he suffered at the Masters when he lost to Barry Hawkins in the semi-finals. Hawkins could scarcely have played any better that day. And other times he's not been able to back up a really good performance. But this week he certainly has been doing that.
Well, he loves it here in China. He's got a big fan base as well.
7.
I'd love to see him play.
His first major title, of course, came here at the China Open back in 2011, and that was the catalyst for
8.
the success that he enjoyed in the next couple of seasons to establish himself among the game's very best. And as we know, Ricky Walden has won all 3 of his ranking events in China, so both players very comfortable in these conditions.
Oh, he's having to work hard for these. A lot of mileage going on to that cue ball.
It's something he's so good at, though, isn't it? Manipulating the cue ball up and down the table. I don't think there are many players better than Trump at doing that.
Just wondering whether he might take the pink here, actually put it back onto its spot. That would help. He's got the blue as well. Might just play a little cannon into these two reds here, leave himself on the left-hand one. You could just nudge those open. He's just played on the red, that's fair enough. Well, he's got the others to the middle anyway.
23. $24.
Well, it doesn't matter how you get there, even if you're taking 15 yellows. It's all about putting the frames on the board.
29. 30.
Just their fourth meeting in major events. Trump having won 2 of the previous 3, including a quarter-final win at the Australian Open 2 years ago, the last ranking event that Trump won.
35. 36.
Well, he's got a perfect angle on the blue to go into these reds above the black here. And if he can get this split right, it might be 6-3. Well, he's just come off them. He didn't hit them fully enough. Just sort of glanced off the middle.
41.
And there's nothing there, so that's end of break, I'm afraid.
Still 75 on the table.
Judd Trump.
Useful lead, though, of 46. All of that the result of Ricky Walden unluckily snookering himself on all colours after potting a good long red. Wow, just keeps running and running on these cloths, doesn't it?
You could say he's got the pace of the table. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, you thought that would only just get past the bulk line.
Nothing wrong with Trump's eyesight, is there? Very adept at shaving the edge of the ball.
Well, he's had a little bit of a nice nudge off the green there, because if he'd hit the green full ball, Ricky would have been taking this red on near the black. But now it's gone to the side cushion, he might not. Because if the white had been a couple of feet to the left, he had the gap to go past the black there. Might just play a safety now.
Jason Ferguson in the front row there, the chairman of the WPBSA, snooker's governing body.
Well, that's not overly clever. Brought the black into play and short with the cue ball. And if Judd knocks this one in, you would fancy it to be 6-3.
Overcut it though.
Not only that, he's clattered into everything else.
So a great chance for Walden to get back in the frame. Really is an important one, this, and doubly so if Walden can win it from 46 adrift. That'll be a bit of a blow for Trump. You had a decent chance there to move 6-3 up.
Well, there's only a red on the side cushion, which is a little bit difficult. The green's okay.
8.
Ricky gets right in behind this and then comes back for the blue. This shouldn't be a problem for him, really. As long as he doesn't get careless.
9.
And it's been noticeable over the last couple of weeks as well, Phil, hasn't it? Especially this week, how well he's been scoring in and amongst the balls. He's been a lot of power scoring from Ricky this week. Really has put a lot of good breaks together.
Yeah, when he's on form, he looks
16.
as good as anyone in the game. He really does. And Trump made the point before this final that when he gets on a roll, he's difficult to stop, Walden. I think the only problem for Ricky in the last few seasons has been the occasional bout of self-doubt, when perhaps he sees problems that aren't necessarily there.
4.
Just wonder whether he might nudge the red here. I decided to leave it alone. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, there has been times of that, but I don't know, perhaps he's gone past that phase now because, like I say, last week in Manchester and here, his confidence is high once more.
Yeah, and he said that he was trying to stop worrying too much about things like technique and just get out there and play his natural game, and it's certainly paid off. And whatever happens for the remainder of this final, you've got to say he's a contender for the World Championship in this form.
Yeah, absolutely.
Been a semi-finalist before at the Crucible.
Just looking for a good angle on the blue here, just to drop in behind this final red.
33.
Well, if you can get tight behind it, that's fine, because you can come back for the blue and then onto the yellow. Looks pretty good to me. Well, he can play on the black or the blue here. That's perfect, because he's got a slight angle as well. Well, this to put the scores level. Ooh. Wow.
39.
Well, that's not a good sign for Ricky Walden and his fans. That's pressure.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see that one coming. He's done everything right up to then.
So a reprieve for Judd Trump, who must have thought his frame was slipping away. He's not won it yet, but green, brown and blue will suffice. What an important moment that Miss Black may prove to be at the end of this final.
Nine.
Still needs the blue, and he's only just got there. He's played on the blue to the middle, but needs this to go in. Yes, well done.
14.
Well, I'm sure he wasn't fancying another chance when Ricky was in, but he got one.
20 in the frame.
What a big frame that is, right at the start of our final session. It looked like going 5-4 after Trump missed the long red, but Walden missed the black, and now it's 6-3 to Trump. Judd Trump has left the arena for a moment. He'll be delighted, though, to have won that 9th frame, which he looked like losing. Ricky Walden poised to steal it on a break of 39, having potted the final red, missed the cutback black, and paid the price. So instead of 1 frame behind, he's 3 adrift.
Yeah, we just done a little chat there, weren't we, about that final red that Ricky played. I thought he might have just committed himself a little bit more, Phil, and played it a bit harder and come off 2 cushions for the black, because he did leave it slightly closer to the cushion than he would have liked. You know, in those sort of circumstances, you want to make it as easy as possible.
Particularly when the pressure's on.
Mm. Anyway, that frame's gone. He's going to sort of cancel that one out of his mind if he can, and Judd's messed up the safety shot there. Just depends if this red goes. Yeah.
One.
Well, I was thinking that Ricky needed to probably win this first session 3-1. He certainly needs 2 out of the next 3. They were tightly packed, difficult to get them open. Didn't have the perfect angle either.
8.
Big ask to split the reds when the bottom of the cluster is as flat as it was there. He's gone for the double.
Ricky Walden.
Worth a
8.
go because there was no real risk attached to it.
That's clever. You tend to get this sort of stuff at this end of the table once you've got a red in bulk. The reds tend to find the way up the table and the white near the top cushion, but this time Judd's playing cushion first here. Okay, he's caught the green, but it's not bad. There wasn't a lot of room behind the back of that red to get right in behind it. But at least we're back to the norm and not sort of just tip-tapping at this end. Remember that frame during the Wakefield, the re-rack, the pink and black left? It's amazing. I think David Hedden said he's seen it once, but it's gone as far as the blue, never gone as far as the pink.
Unbelievable.
About 50 minutes, I think it was. The pink and black got jammed in the top left-hand corner pocket, couldn't move them, so they just decided to start again. Just look at the cue power there. I mean, the pot wasn't that far away, but I mean, that's unbelievable. I mean, what's he gone, about 8 feet? Screwed back about 12 or 10. Tremendous cue power. Well, he's left one this time. He nearly actually fluked the red, but he's left it. Just got to be careful here, though, Ricky. It's not guaranteed to be on a red colour, I should say. It's not bad. He's on the pink. Had to trust to look there a little. Came out okay.
Vital that Walden capitalises on this chance. A 4-frame deficit against an informed Trump will be a very tall order.
7.
Well, that kicked. You can see the red jump in the air a little, but didn't throw it offline. Well, he's got to make the most of this. Got a chance to steal the opening frame of this evening's session. And of course, missed that black off the spot.
13.
Hasn't played that too well, though. He's just come a little bit short on the intended red here on the right-hand side. And the black only goes to one corner.
That's 40.
Well, I've covered the red to the corner pocket, but has this one to the centre.
Put your camera away, please.
Well, that's a great pot. And using the edge of the pack to get down for the blue. It's been noticeable this week, I think, with doing Ricky's matches, Phil, that his tempo around the table is just slowed slightly. There was a time where he tended to sort of throw one in, didn't he? Got a bit careless, but he hasn't been doing that this week. He's been completing the job once in.
5.
Yes, he's played as well as he's ever done in the last fortnight. Firstly in Manchester and now in Beijing. Not overly impressed with the positional side of that one, though.
This could go wrong.
Tough pot, and he missed it by quite a way, but
25.
bridging in the way he was made it so much harder.
Just wonder if there's one there for Judd. It seems there is. It's a bit of a stretch, though, for a left-hander. Well, he's given himself a shot on the blue.
What a great pot that was.
Yeah, this guy's also cueing beautifully. I think out of all of them, I think there's no doubt Judd has been the best player this week so far, getting himself to this final. Ricky's played well, but I think Judd has just had the edge.
No question about that. He potted a blue yesterday against Stephen Maguire to get to the pink, which was in the top 3 shots of the season. Along the baulk cushion at pace. At extreme pace to get position on the pink that he required. Absolutely fabulous shot.
14.
Whitewashing Maguire, of course, in the semis. He's only lost 5 frames in getting to the final. That's how impressive Trump has been this week.
Well, he's one of those players that the other players want to watch, don't they? You know, Alex was like that, Jimmy was like that. Ronnie O'Sullivan's like that, they would go out of the players' lounge and go into the arena and actually watch them play, because they know that they might be expecting to see something special.
Yeah, he's an entertainer for sure.
23.
And this would be another huge frame to win from 33-0 down. Walden looking good there until he ran out of position.
He's got to play a good one here though, because I think everything's covered to the left corner. Might have to play some sort of cannon, either on the 2 reds on the right or 2 reds on the left. He's played to hold, I think. That's fair enough.
And Walden must be beginning to have feelings of deja vu here. 3-0 up against Mark Allen, then found himself 7-3 behind. Could happen again here.
29.
But that's gone wrong.
Well, first of all, he's took the red that he potted in the corner of the pocket, and that means that it's come off the other red thin. He wanted to hit the second red fullish. You won't be too happy about that, because it wasn't a difficult shot to play.
Blue ball. Judd Trump. 29.
So Judd Trump back in the frame. Just 4 points between them.
Well, I think you can see enough of the one near the pink to screw the cue ball back to the ball cushion and bring the red up the table. I don't know whether he can hide behind the pink. It would be risky. Oh, he's gone the other way. Played the Chinese snooker.
It's quite a clever shot, isn't it?
Well, this is awkward.
He's a very smart player, Trump. We talk about his break building and his potting, but his tactical game is extremely good.
Well, it's come on leaps and bounds the last 2 or 3 years, hasn't it? You know, he's matured at the table. He certainly has. Well, I suppose that was about the best Ricky could do from there, considering he was over the pink. He'll settle for that. Well, if either player can get in and take these reds with high value colours, they won't need the yellow or the green. Well, it's difficult to think about taking one of these reds on here on the right hand side, because now that red is near the top cushion, that might become available if he misses it. He could take one on, dead weight, drop it in for the black. Looks that way. Well, he was closer with that one than he was the other one, but he's left everything.
Brave shot from Walden, but it could be very costly.
One.
I think he'll play to nudge the red here. Half ball, he's definitely going to be on one of the others. Well, I say that. I hope this one goes.
Nine.
Plenty of room. And again, if he takes all blacks, he won't need the yellow or the green, because Ricky will need snookers.
It's a great opportunity for Trump
16.
to win his 6th straight frame.
Well, back down for the black here. Just needs to leave himself slightly high on the black, or even dead straight actually would be okay.
25.
That looks perfect. So black, red, black will be enough. And Ricky is in trouble. Well, he's just left this a little bit straight. He's got a 28-point lead, so he could just drop this in and lay the snooker. That was frame ball.
No heroics from Trump. Looking to be clinical.
Well, just push the black to the green. That's all he has to do.
Trump. 33.
So a snooker required for Ricky Walden, who went all out for the long red, missed it and left Trump in.
A little bit unlucky to see it go across the table and land near the black. It could have gone anywhere. But I still think Judd might have had the red down the cushion. Well, that's a good hit. But that's unlucky unless... Well, he might concede the frame now. He's doing the gentlemanly thing and allowing Judd to play his shot.
Well, the green's still safe, so Walden's not out of it just yet. That's not too special from Trump. He's just snookered himself, I think. .31 the difference, so 2 snookers required. There's one of them, self-inflicted.
Yeah, it's not that difficult to hit, really. Well, yeah, Ricky's got a chance in this. There's always a chance, especially if it's only 2 snookers, but realistically you've got to say it's 7-3.
Didn't want the double kiss. I think he thought about conceding there, Walden. Might be taken out of his hands here. Well, not yet. Great effort.
Certainly was. Didn't need much more. If this goes in, it's frame over. Well, I think he's going to have difficulty keeping this one out. Judd won't mind him potting this because it's obviously cutting down his odds with less balls on the table.
3.
28 the difference, 22 on.
You can actually tie with 1 snooker on the pink.
Ricky Walden, 3.
Well, again, a great effort. Not quite. And that's nearly in. And that's frame over.
Walden puts his cue on the table. Well, we mentioned what happened to Ricky Walden at the Players' Championship. 3-1 up to Mark Allen, lost 6 on the spin. It's happened again here in the final of the China Open with Judd Trump now leading 7-3. A big ask now for Ricky Walden. His second straight ranking final.
Thank you, frame 11.
And at the moment, it's looking likely to be his second straight runners-up spot. Judd Trump just 3 frames away from claiming his second China Open title, 5 years after his first, and his 5th in all. Two more frames before the final mid-session interval, and you've got to feel that Walden needs both to have any chance. A little bit thicker than intended with the safeties. Missed black in the first frame when Walden had the chance to steal. Felt very important at the time, all the more so now that he's lost frame 10.
That's great cueing there from Judd. I can't tell you how good that is to just catch those reds that thin to avoid the pocket.
And he's been doing it all week. And we welcome our British viewers to Beijing and the final session of the China Open snooker. You've already missed a couple of frames with Judd Trump extending his first session lead from 5-3 to 7-3. He's now won 6 straight frames against that man, Ricky Walden. He's got it all to do now. 10, of course, is the target to be crowned champion. And just as he found himself in Manchester at the Players' Championship, Walden from 3-1 up, now 7-3 down. He managed to win 3 on the spin from there against Mark Allen to get back into it at 7-6. He's got to do something similar here, Mike Hallett, if he's going to have a chance of lifting this title.
He has, and he doesn't want that to happen twice in 2 weeks, does he? But it's not looking good at the moment. Judd here turning the screw. I mean, Ricky was in the first frame of this session, and in final black he missed I'd say it was an easy black. The pressure was on to get to the yellow, but he'd done everything right till then, and he just left the cue ball 2 or 3 inches off the side cushion, and it wasn't easy. He'd missed it. Judd cleared up to make it 6-3, and now he finds himself 7-3 behind.
And Trump's safety has been excellent so far in this session. He's keeping Walden on the baulk cushion, maintaining the pressure.
Yeah, he's hitting the edges of the reds perfectly, isn't he? I always remember watching Ronnie O'Sullivan practice, you know, before a Premier League match, Phil, and he played that particular shot, just only that shot, for about 45 minutes. 45 minutes, just clipping off the red, getting the pace of the table, taking it to the other side, clipping off the red. The colours weren't on the spots, but he was looking to put the white where it is there now, behind the green spot or behind the yellow spot, and that was the only shot he played for that period of time. We talk about the talent and Ronnie and all that sort of thing. Okay, he'll be there at the World Championship, but he works as hard as any player on the circuit. He's got wonderful talent, but that doesn't always keep, to bring you through.
And not only does he work hard, he works smart. He makes the most of every minute he spends on the practice table. Results would suggest it's paid off. A lot to do for Ricky Walden, but he is in terrific form at the moment, so he won't have given up hope.
Well, they were 1 frame short in the opening session. They were due to play 9, only played 8. It got a bit scrappy, so the tournament director decided to bring the lads off the table and give them a bit of a chance, a bit of a rest before the evening session started. That's fair enough. You can always put one on this session and make it a possible 11. Possible 11. Well, I think at the moment, I think Ricky would take that.
I'll say, yeah. If you give him a final frame decider from here, I think he'd bite your hand off. Judd Trump now guaranteed to be rank 5 in the world for the World Championship, which starts in just under a fortnight's time, which means he's leapfrogged the aforementioned O'Sullivan. Ricky Walden will be in 9th spot regardless of the result.
Yeah, and I know Steve Maguire got beat yesterday by Judd 6-0, but how well has he done this week? He knew he had to get to the semi-finals, and he did that, and he ousted Ding Junhui from the top 16. So Ding now has to go to... Oh, he's potted the black there. And the white's not far away either. Yeah, so Ding now has to go to Pond's Forge a few days before the Crucible and play 3 qualifiers.
And if he comes through, someone's going to get an ugly draw in round 1.
It's going to be interesting on that Thursday, isn't it?
And Stuart Bingham as the 16th seed, now seeded to face... Sorry, Stephen Maguire as the 16th seed, now seeded to face Stuart Bingham in the last 16, the second round. What a match that could be if that happens. Good opening red from Walden. Just as well that black did drop in, actually, in terms of the longevity of this frame, because things could have become very protracted had it stayed in the jaws of the pocket. We've had 1 or 2 of those this week. But Walden with a chance to get a few on the board here. Wow, only just. Any harder and it would have stayed out.
I thought he'd missed it.
7.
Has he got a red?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. He's gone too high for that one. This might have to be a safety.
And that's probably the result of not potting the pink as cleanly as he wanted. Losing the cue ball a little.
Well, he's just checking that our referee Jan Verhaas has spotted the pink correctly, which I think he has. Just slightly, because it's that tight, if it had been slightly off, he could have requested to have that respotted. He might be able to just kick this in with a little bit of left-hand side. Oh yeah, well done. Still a bit to do here, though.
Not the scoreline Walden had in mind when he led 3-1 at the interval. He played very well before the mid-session interval. He fully merited that advantage, made a century. Trump was second best early on, but not anymore, and those errors beginning to creep into Walden's game now.
Ricky Walden, 8.
Very difficult when you get this far behind Mike to keep believing that you can turn it around.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't know whether he's feeling the pressure a little bit or whatever. He's looked pretty good and relaxed all week, Ricky, and perhaps what happened last weekend is beginning just to sort of kick into his mind. You know what, how so the mind can work sometimes. And it's difficult to erase memories from the memory banks.
Yes, and Trump needed a fast start after the interval, having trailed 3-1 and been second best, and he got just that. He made a break of 90 for 3-2, and he hasn't looked back since.
Well, this is not straightforward from here. There's a bit of work to be done.
7.
Well, you've got to fancy that if Judd wins this one as well, Phil, I can't see any way back for Ricky from there. 8-3?
Highly unlikely. The way Trump's playing, it would need a collapse, I think, from Trump. Walden would need a bit of help from the juggernaut to get back into the match.
So instead of being naughty then, it'll have to be nice.
$14. $15.
And of course, if Judd does win here today, that would be a massive boost of his confidence going into Sheffield.
Yes, and he's been very open, hasn't he, in the last season or two about how he's struggled for confidence, which I think is a surprise to a lot of onlookers when they watch him play, but I think he has been fighting a few mental demons in his failure to get over the line in some of the bigger tournaments when he's been in contention.
He also mentioned to us during the Masters, when he came to the Masters, that he'd been working hard over the Christmas period. Everybody was doing the festivities, but he wasn't. He was on the table, and he's been working as hard ever since. He's looking good.
Well, he'll be 27 this year, Trump, and I think there's been a realisation that this is the time where he should be hitting his peak and winning the big titles, but that means work ethic to go with that extraordinary talent. Now, how's that gone wrong?
35.
Well, it looks that way unless he can hit enough of this one there, the black spot. Well, here we go.
20 points in front, but this frame is nowhere near one.
Well, he doesn't look like he can see that one, but he's got to try and get this one away from this corner pocket if he can.
What a terrific pot again from Trump.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Wasn't quite sure whether he could see enough of it. Now, has he gone far enough for the green? Well, hang on though, hang on.
Yep. Trump.
It must have gone, otherwise he wouldn't have taken it.
Certainly looked tight, but it's a big mistake, and it's let Walden in with a great chance, the kind of chance he simply has to take now. Very little margin for error from Walden required from here on in. And there is an error, and a big one. And I think that's just the culmination of the frustration he's feeling at the way this match has drifted away from him.
Yeah, he might be just getting slightly demoralised here, Ricky.
Head in towel.
1.
It's been a difficult session for Walden so far. 3-1 up and cruising at the interval once again, the mid-session interval, producing a big shift in momentum. We've seen a lot of that recently. What an opportunity here for Trump already. 28 points to the good, plenty of reds available.
8.
Colours as well.
Don't fancy him to mess up from here.
It's a struggle now for that man.
Yeah, not the day he was looking for. I mean, I've talked to a few friends this week, Phil, and said how good is that to get in 2 consecutive finals? And it is. That's an achievement on its own. But you know, you don't want to be coming in second best 2 in a row, do you?
No, and the fact that this match has exactly followed the pattern of last week's final will be very disappointing for Walden. He'd have been mindful of the need to keep on top of Trump, having started the better, but he's just not been able to do so. And Trump, of course, deserves a lot of credit for that. But, wait, it's catching.
15.
Surprising error there. So, 37 the difference. 36 the difference. Still plenty of reds on. Good pot that. It was very missable, not easy.
1.
Well, he knows he's a few frames behind here, Ricky, but he's just got to remember, as you watch the replay, that he played this week as well as last week to get into 2 finals. You know, he's not out of this yet. He can certainly put frames on the board in no time at all.
Outstanding performance against John Higgins in the semi-finals. Won it with a 1-3-1 clearance after Higgins fought back from 5-3 down to take the match the distance. We know how well he's playing, but again, that's gone wrong.
Do you know, I think he's had a slight kick on the green there, and it's pushed into the blue. Jan Verhaas just cleaning the green there. I think it was a kick.
Well, where's the next red coming from here?
Well, you can cut this one in down the top cushion, and the brown would be available. That would clear that pocket for the red.
Not easy though. He's okay.
5.
.31 behind.
Brown.
If Walden could somehow win a frame he looks set to lose, it would give him a big boost. Had a chance to steal the first of this session in a similar sort of position.
And let's just remind everybody at home that there was only 8 frames played in the first session. That's gone wrong. He's gone behind the red. I was about to say there'll be an interval after the next frame. If he could get this one and the next, make it 7-5, that's not too bad.
Well, that would be a great result from being close to 8-3 behind. The extra 6 points, but that's end a break.
16.
Yeah, I just wonder whether that. I wonder if this red might pass the black.
Well, there you go. Appearances can be deceptive. There is room for it. It's a tough pot. But you can play it with a degree of safety in mind. He's overcut it.
Ricky Walden, 16.
And he may have left it. If he has, you can be sure Trump will be going for it. No.
Bit pacey. I just wonder whether Ricky will be going for this one. It's a big shot to take on with being 20 points behind, one red left. But it could be a frame winner.
Decision time. If he misses it, he's got no idea where it's going to end up. And Trump only needs a red and a high value colour.
You might just wait here. Well, that was very clever. He was just trying to bring the yellow more into play there. It's in a better position than it was. He would have liked it to come off the cushion a little bit more. I just wonder whether... Well, I don't know whether Judd can see enough of this to play the cross double. I think he's snookered. Yep, he's having to come off cushion first.
Didn't want the kiss on the black. Could have been worse. And although Trump is in a very commanding position here, it will hurt him to lose this frame because he had a great chance to really put his foot on Walden's throat. Missed a relatively easy red, didn't he?
Well, I mean, it could be 9-3, but on the other hand, it could be 7-5. And, you know, and they'll have a 15-20 minute interval to think about things, or Judd would, if it went 7-5.
Could have been better. .35 remaining, 20 the difference.
Well, he's had a bonus there. There's no doubt it's big moments in this final. Off the left-hand cushion, then. Well, this could finish anywhere.
Well, on that occasion, the double kiss wasn't fatal. Had he not got the kiss, Trump might have had an easy pot.
Just wondering if he's thinking about the middle pocket.
Red and the black would mean Walden would require a snooker. But he's missed the red. He's got lucky with the cannon on the green. Oh, he's getting a bit of a run at the moment, has Trump. Awkward queuing as well now for Walden. Very nearly a double kiss, but it's a good shot. A very good shot.
Well, probably off the right-hand cushion here and back cushion. But if he plays this with pace, misses it, could be a free ball. Well, it's a good hit. Well, it would have been better if the cue ball had gone in the pocket.
So what can Ricky Walden do with this opportunity? 10 minutes ago, he looked a certainty to fall 8-3 behind. Can he close to 7-4?
Well, it's all about the yellow. Everything else is available.
looking to avoid losing his 7th straight frame in this final, Walden. And he might not get a better opportunity than this to stop the rot.
Well, again, this isn't guaranteed. His vision's going away from the pocket slightly. He's got a stun out for the green. He could easily rattle this.
And if he does, he could easily leave it over the pocket.
Well, you called it, Phil. It was one of those, wasn't it? If it goes in, it wins him the frame, but now it could lose him the frame.
Can Trump see it? I think he can. Oh, what a horrible session this is proving to be for Ricky Walden. He's had chances in all 3 frames.
Judd only needs the brown here for 8-3.
Nine.
Once again, nothing fancy from Trump. And that's good to see. It's all about being clinical in a final. Save the showmanship for when the match is over.
Trump. 9.
And the match isn't far off being over right now, with Trump looking a near certainty to move 8-3 up. 10 the target.
Well, Ricky needing 2 snookers here. Well, all Judd has to do is just keep this blue away from the other 2, just to clip it towards the pocket. Well, that's even better. It's a definite now. Ricky is in a lot of trouble.
I'm sure neither player foresaw this scoreline when Walden went into the mid-session interval earlier today. 3-1 in front, having made a century break. Looked the better player at that stage. But now surely it's going to be Judd Trump's title, barring something extraordinary. He's just 2 frames away from the title. He leads 8th ranking title, his 2nd China Open title, Ricky Walden, with so much to do.
Frame 12. Ricky Walden.
So Ricky Walden with a couple of mountains to climb now. 8-3 down from 3-1 up, 7 frames on the bounce from Judd Trump. 10 is the magic number. Not a good break off from Walden. He may just have got lucky.
I think he has. We won't deny him that, will we?
Well, he's had chances, hasn't he, to close the gap in this 2nd session?
Yeah, it's not as if Judd has sort of blown him away. You know, he missed the difficult black, didn't he, off the spot, clearing up the yellow. The yellow wasn't easy there because so often he's gone too far. Your vision's away from the pocket, and so often you overcut those and catch the near jaw instead of the far jaw like he did. And he knew it was all or nothing. You know, if it goes in, it wins in the frame. It's, you know, it's a fine line.
It is. And an even finer one now for Walden. He's going to have to produce something really special. This is the final frame before the final interval. And at the moment, Walden just needs a frame. He needs something to give him a foothold. That 4th frame must go away now when he led 3-1. Clever shot from Trump, opening up the reds. Well, it would have been clever had it not been for these ice skating rink style cloths. How did that fall in?
6.
Ricky Walden has yet to make a meaningful break in this session. Trump a little unfortunate to see the cue ball disappear off the safety play, which was a clever one. So can Ricky Walden make the most of this and at the very least stop the Trump onslaught? 7 straight frames from the 2011 China Open champion.
See, he could have done with a little bit more on the cue ball there. Done a couple of inches would have been fine. Just getting himself a little bit more to do here. I mean, he should knock this in.
Well, in a way, the pressure is off Walden a bit now, because realistically, he's not going to win this final from here.
Yeah, just have a go. Relax, have a go, see what happens.
Nice. 20.
Well, this is tough. Well, it's just not happening for him. And don't you worry, he'll be giving it 100% out there, but he hasn't found it yet. And I'm afraid time is running out.
Yes, if anything, Walden is probably trying too hard at the moment, desperately trying to force himself back into this final, but as a result he's lost a bit of rhythm, a bit of confidence. And Trump is the complete opposite, getting stronger by the frame.
Well, he can smell victory now, can't he? And he wants to put it away in the next couple of frames if he can.
9.
Just about stayed on the black, not ideal.
I'll tell you, these tables feel frightening, aren't they?
Yeah.
You just put just a trace of side on and you've lost the cue ball.
Trump was worried there, he'd lost it altogether, but there's a good recovery.
I mean, again, I'll go back to the average club player couldn't play on these. They're just too fast. They wouldn't be able to. They'd lose the white so quickly.
7.
It's a skill. There's no doubt about that. I mean, it was a skill before, but even more so now.
There's no doubt that conditions have changed pretty dramatically in the last 10, 15 years.
22.
There was a time when the cloths were thicker, where it was very visible when a player would play across the net. You could see the ball curving either towards or away from the pocket. Now there's virtually no nap on these cloths. Ball's pretty much straight as a die.
30. 31.
Leads by 14. And this will open up another red as well to the right corner. Well,
39.
who knows? This could be 9-3. And of course they've got the interval. Judd would prefer, if he does go 9-3, he'd prefer to stay out there. He doesn't want the interval.
Yeah, Walden has
46.
just made too many mistakes in this session.
Yeah, but he'll be thinking like, you know, here we go again, Manchester a few days ago against Mark Allen. But at the end of the day, you know, if any player would have said, well, we're going to be in 2 consecutive finals, I think they would have taken that.
particularly after the season he'd had,
Yeah.
which had been really very disappointing.
But of course, that's not the way they think. They get there and they want to lift the trophies, of course, you know. The 2 finals, that's great, doing that, but of course then you've got the massive disappointment of having one trophy on 2 occasions and it's not happening.
Well, this isn't a gimme, but in it goes. At the moment, Trump feeling ultra confident.
62.
Red and pink will be enough.
63.
Yes, it's looking like another disappointment in the final for Walden, but I think when the dust settles, he'll reflect on the good things about the last fortnight, and there have been plenty of them.
Of course, of course, that's exactly what I was going to say. Take the positives, don't take the negatives. He knows he's in good form going into Sheffield. Go there with confidence.
And perhaps much better form than he could have anticipated a month ago.
Judd Trump, 69.
Well, that might encourage Walden to play on. But once again, playing catch-up, it's looking unlikely. One snooker required.
One. Seven.
38 the difference, 35 on. All the colours on their spots, so a good chance to lay the snooker, but he's taking a bit of a risk there, trying to get in behind the black, and I think he's just thrown this frame away.
Indicative of Walden's state of mind right now. I think his concentration has gone. Struggling to believe he can make a match of this. Trump misses the red, but that's a pretty decent consolation prize. And his opponent already needs a snooker.
Never rains, it pours, doesn't it? Oh, good hit. He's still in this frame. He wouldn't have been if Judd had potted the red into the centre.
Second time that Trump has missed a red, having got Walden to the snooker's required stage. This frame isn't over yet. 38 the difference, 35 remaining.
Choosing to keep the red on there. I mean, it was difficult to get onto the black from that red. Well, not the day that he was looking for. That's pretty obvious. Judd yet to kill off this frame. Oh, well, he's had one. Once again, can't get himself onto the black, so he'll just leave the red on the table. He's got to avoid the double kiss here. Oh, this looks tasty.
Well, Judd Trump has had 3 chances to pot the clinching red in this frame. The red that would put it beyond any doubt.
Oh, don't tell me there's a gap there. Because this is quite difficult to hit, especially with the green on its spot coming off the right-hand cushion. It's not easy to hit off the left cushion. You could catch the yellow.
Could leave a free ball as well if things go wrong.
Well, there is enough room to get around the back of the yellow. If he just hits the cushion this side of the pocket, no, I think he's looking to bounce it into the cushion and create the wider angle.
And that's risky.
Yeah, he's thinking about going beyond the middle, but sort of what we call bouncing it into the cushion, and it'll throw it wide. Well, this is amazing if you can find this gap.
This could go wrong. It's very tight. I don't think that goes.
Well, he's got to get enough on the cue ball to miss the pink. But then it's got to go the other way and not hit the yellow.
He's got to spin it 2 different ways.
Yeah, you know, he's got to.
Not even Trump can do that.
Oh, well,
well, I think that just wasn't on.
No, is that a free ball?
It's tight. No. But Walden's back in the frame, a frame he should certainly have lost by now.
And of course, it can't be called a miss because he needed a snooker.
There you go. Walden can win. Oh, he's made an absolute Horlicks of that, I'm afraid.
Well, even if Judd pots this red and goes an off, just get the red and it's 9-3. Wow, would you believe it? He's overcut that, and he can't believe that either.
A red stubbornly refusing to drop for Trump. What an error from Walden, though, having got the snooker.
Might use the jaw of the pocket here to get the cue ball back to bulk. Well, he knew that the red was going towards the pink, but I can't see Judd missing this one. I think this is about to go 9-3. Well, you've got to honestly say, no way back for Ricky from there.
No, everything that could go wrong has done in this mini session for Ricky Walden. He's had chances, and he had one there, having got the snooker. Played a very poor safety.
8.
And although Trump didn't pop the red, it gave him control of the table.
Yes, to make it 8 on the bounce.
Astonishing, really. From 3-1 up, Walden could not have foreseen this. Even worse than the scenario he found himself in against Mark Allen in the final of the Players' Championship.
7.
A lot worse. There he was 7-3 down and pulled back to 7-6 and threatened a great comeback, but 9-3 down in a first to 10. Well, the frame is over, and so it's time for some naughtiness.
What did he have on that?
22. Judd Trump.
Well, what a session and what a day for Judd Trump it's proving to be. From 3-1 down and second best, he's won 8 frames in a row against Ricky Walden, who's played some terrific stuff again in China this week to get to the final, but since 3-1 his form has deserted him and Walden is 9-3 down. Just underway again in the final session of the China Open final. Poor break-off from Judd Trump, he hit the blue, so an early chance for Ricky Walden, who's just desperate to get a frame now, playing for pride as much as anything.
1.
Surely his 8-frame losing streak has cost him any chance of winning this final. But he would like to at least get a frame on the board again. 3-1 at the interval in the first session. Played extremely well, thoroughly deserved that lead, made a century break. Looked the stronger player, but since then it's all gone horribly wrong. And he has made a lot of errors in this deciding session. 35,000, assuming he does finish runner-up again as he did at the Players' Championship, will be his financial compensation. And the knowledge that he's playing his best snooker, arguably, of all time. Last couple of weeks he's scored very heavily, he's looked really good, he's just not been able to quite reproduce that form in the finals. But you have to say that Judd Trump has played outstandingly well.
$16. $70.
Well, at least the mid-session break will have given Walden the chance to just regroup a little and
24.
perhaps get on the practice table. He lost his way completely. Did have pretty decent chances in all four of the frames in this second session. And you'd have to think the pressure is off him now, because
32.
no one's expecting him to mount a comeback from here. Not a match-winning one in any case. No, he's overcut it. Higher than he wanted to be on the black.
33.
That's been the story of this deciding session for Ricky Walden. He's had opportunities, but his positional play hasn't been quite on the money.
One.
Well, nothing difficult here from Judd, really. All the reds in the middle of the table. You can work these and a chance to win frame and match. You want to try and kill this off now. You won't want sort of Ricky winning one or two frames and coming back at him. He knows he should win from here, but... Oh, well, there you go. That's a bit careless.
Well, it's all about being clinical, isn't it?
Yeah.
And not just today, but for the challenges ahead for Trump with the World Championship round the corner. And he has missed a few in this deciding session, which haven't been punished.
And the thing is, like, as we mentioned, he didn't want that interval to come, did he? He wanted to stay out there and probably would have won by now, but the interval's there. It's just a question of you've got to refocus again and get your concentration back. Doesn't want to be taking his foot off the gas. Well played.
The all-time greats have always been adept, haven't they, when they're in front, of killing matches off in clinical fashion. Because you just never know. Sometimes the balls can punish you for mistakes. It would take some extraordinary shift of momentum to deny Trump the title from here, but Ricky Walden, while there's life, there's hope.
But on the CV, 10-3 looks better than 10-7, doesn't it?
8. No.
You've got to say in the modern game, Steve Davis and Stephen Hendry were the two masters of that, wasn't they? They had no problem sort of killing matches off. I know the likes Wyatt, like of Ronnie's and all that, but for me, Steve was unbelievable in the 80s and Stephen was even better in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, Hendry used to take great delight, didn't he, in pulverising his opponents. Won a lot of his 36 ranking titles by
70.
a wide margin in the final.
Yeah,
Used to just love dominating.
Yeah, I've been on a couple of end of those. So at the end of a couple of those, I could say, especially in the British Open. Never got a look in. 13-2.
Well, he beat Jimmy White 18-5 in a world final.
It's amazing, isn't it? I think he's playing the green here, actually, not the blue.
Lead goes to 53 with the black, with 59 remaining, so one more red would be enough for Walden to finally stop the rot, having lost the last 8 frames.
Well, he's caught those beautifully.
28.
Well, no one's going to begrudge Ricky Walden this frame. He's put a lot into this tournament. He's played some outstanding snooker. He's had some great results. The final has not gone the way he'd hoped, but he has at least finally stopped that onslaught from Trump.
34.
Well, that's a quick shot to the crowd there. They're thinking, well, 9-4. It can't happen, can it? 9-5. 9-6.
Well, highly unlikely. But Trump did have a chance to close it out.
Yeah. I think in some ways it's probably best for Judd because it'll make him refocus.
Talking about Stephen Hendry and Jimmy White. Hendry once won 10 straight frames from 14-8 down to win the world final. So I guess anything's possible, but Hendry was a breed apart.
55. 57.
Yeah, I saw Stephen Hendry back at the Crucible there, Phil, when he was in that final session with Jimmy, and I just said to him, best of luck, mate, and he didn't say anything, just walked past me, but he wasn't being ignorant, he was in the zone. He had about 20 minutes before he started hitting balls, he didn't want to know anybody.
54.
Well, that was then, 1992. Fast forward 24 years and Ricky Walden finally has a frame on the board after losing 8 on the spin, but still trails by a long way. Ricky Walden finally has another frame on the board. It's surely too little too late, isn't it? 9-4 down now to Judd Trump, who still needs just one more to claim his 5th ranking title, his 2nd China Open crown. Thicker than intended.
Yeah, and he's opened them up, and this red might pass the other one into this corner. That could be a big mistake from Ricky there. I think that will go.
Well, I don't think Trump's convinced. It looks as though it does from here.
Yeah, perhaps it's just going towards the side cushion instead of the top cushion, but might be looking at something else now. Well, he's trying to convince himself, isn't he, that it does go, but well, no, he's playing something else. I think he's trying to play a plant, or is he playing another red through the gap? Oh, he did play the plant, and that will do nicely. He needs to slow down a little bit, though. Well, I just wonder when he might take this green on and what we play, power it in and screw back off the back cushion. I think he will, with the reds open. Not a second thought.
He was listening to you. I've seen him play that shot many times before, and no one plays it any better.
Well, the thing is, if it's 9-8, Phil, he might think twice about it, but at 9-4, he just wants this out of the way now, doesn't he? So no hesitation, just got down, bang. The black goes, he's got a chance to win the frame and match. He did in the last frame, but this is a better one. He'll be thinking to himself, right, I need to get this out of the way now.
Yeah, it's all about being clinical here for Trump, for his own satisfaction. He's got a lot of wiggle room, but he wants to sooner rather than later. He's waited quite a while for a ranking success. Mentioned that the last title he won was in Australia, 2014, right at the start of that season, beating Neil Robertson in the final.
Well, you've got to feel for that man, you know, but he's had a good couple of weeks. Like I say, if Judd wins here at this visit, Ricky's got to think, oh, hang on a minute, hang on.
Well, that's not a good sign for Judd Trump.
I was about to say, Ricky should just take the positives, but...
Well, Joe Johnson has made the point a few times this week that if there is a weakness to Judd Trump's game, it is that he is susceptible to missing an easy one for no apparent reason from time to time. He's done it a couple of times today, even though he's been so dominant, and he's done it again.
Well, that's just run on a little bit. Could have done with the blue to the middle. I don't know if it goes to the corner. It's got options here anyway with the green and the brown. But I'm sure he's thinking, or was thinking, that he wouldn't be back at the table so soon. If at all.
Six.
Do you know that was always on the near knuckle?
That's what he thinks about it. Let off them for Trump. Well, no easy red for Trump by the looks of things, unless that one passes the other. Maybe it does. It did. And he's overcooked it in terms of position. Oh, of course he's got the black. I forgot about that.
It's been a long week, couple
It
of
has
weeks
been a long
actually,
week.
Phil. A couple of weeks to be honest. And the
Where's
Manchester.
the black? Oh, there it is. Out
Oh,
of the
yeah.
pocket. Yeah, I think even I could pot that one on a good day.
Don't we all sort your medication out, don't we? Mate? Is it due? Is it due now? Or?
Overdue, clearly. Well, they say the final frame's the hardest one to win. He's had a couple of chances already, Trump, to put this final to bed. I think that's worked out as he hoped.
Well, I don't understand why he's played it with all that pace. Just play it medium pace and bring the white into the middle of the table. He was bound to be on one with that ton of topspin on there. It was going to finish at this end of the table. I don't know why he's played it that way. He might not be on one here. He's got this one to the yellow pocket, but that's risky. I think he's playing the safety. Well, for me, that was poor management. I think he threw a little bit of an exhibition shot in, which he didn't need to. He could have just played it plain ball, medium pace, and landed on something.
Certainly shouldn't be thinking about entertainment right now. It's about clinching the deal. So 14 points between them. Trump has had 2 chances in this frame. Walden 1. All 3 of them good chances. Terrific pot.
Yep. He's knocked a lot of those in this week.
It's not the difficult ones he misses, it's the easy ones on occasion.
He makes the difficult ones look easy.
Exactly.
Well,
But again, that's gone wrong.
Well, I think he was expecting a cannon, you know, into that red on the top cushion. And I'm not sure whether he was on this one to the middle. He has this red. Well, I thought he had. He's got one to the right middle there. The other one went past the pink. But no, is he on this straight one to the middle?
Don't think so.
Well, he's making hard work of this. He's had really good chances to put this match away.
This is the 3rd, which appears to have come and gone. Unless he pulls something pretty special out of the bag. That won't go.
I think he's going for this one, though.
Oh, that's a great pot.
And that little nudge on the yellow has helped to stay on the brown. And there is a red available here to the left corner. Just screw the white down the middle of the table. Well, he's gone a little bit further than he really would have liked. But he can get back to the pink.
Slightly hampered as well, which makes the shot more difficult.
14.
But this is the time that he needs to be concentrating really hard here and giving this 100%. And in a few minutes' time, he'll be lifting the trophy and a cheque that goes with it for £85,000.
Snookered on the intended red. He has this one to left centre though. Lead goes to 35. One good positional shot, and Trump should close out this match. He's played that very well.
23.
Ricky Walden thinks the game is up. It should be. Lead now 46, 59 on, so the pink, a red, and Walden will need snookers. Well, it's been a terrific performance from Judd Trump throughout the week. Mentioned that he'd only lost 5 frames in getting to the final. It looks like he's only going to lose 4 in the final, and from 3-1 down, that's quite an achievement. That was the ball that carries him over the line.
Yes, and he's going to be taking good form into Sheffield, we know that. Bidding for his first world title.
46.
He wants to try and get that monkey off his back, doesn't he? After that, he might win 2 or 3.
47.
Well, we know his game is intact, that's for sure, for another assault on the world crown. But he'll be highly delighted to have ended a barren run by his standards in terms of ranking titles. 2014 Australian Open
54.
was his last. This is his 5th. And what a perfect boost for him going to the Crucible to get his hands on another major trophy. And it's richly deserved. He's played some fantastic snooker this week. So has that man, Ricky Walden. It hasn't happened for him in the final, and he'll be very disappointed about that, having also missed out in the final of the Players' Championship. But his game has returned, and Ricky Walden congratulates Judd Trump, who is the 2016 China Open champion. Trump all smiles. He's won in resounding fashion in the end. From 3-1 down, he won 8 straight frames, which effectively sealed the deal, and has got over the line in frame 14 to clinch the title. Django Fung, manager, congratulates him. Judd Trump is the champion. He's beaten Ricky Walden by 10 frames to 4.
Dear leaders, distinguished guests, members of the audience.